and they had a big impact on the standings. Anish Giri, as you mentioned, is still the leader, but he was held to a draw yesterday, and therefore the gap has been closing. We see there Zhu Wenjun had a very well-played draw against Vidit, showing she can hang with the best in the world. Jordan Van Forest did crash to defeat against Gukesh, who's now on a 2-game winning streak. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Pragnananda, another well-played draw. Giri missing chances against Mike Zudlu in yet another draw, and Firouzja getting a win against Wei Yi, a draw with Ding Liren and Abdusatorov. And finally, one of the surprise packages so far, Max Varmadam on fire, leaping up to the top half of the standings with a win against Donchenko.
I was mistaken all of yesterday thinking that Max Varmadam had a minus score. He had an even tournament before yesterday where he leaps into the top 6. You see his name there, 3.5 points within striking distance of Anish Giri if Anish were to falter and Max could continue his successful run here in Vaikanze. So when I look at these standings, you notice one player in first, another just a half point behind in Alireza Firouzja, and then you look down on the bottom, there are only 2 players there with 1.5 points. So some players are struggling, but even they can upset the leaders because really, it's not that big of an upset in an individual chess game at this high level.
Yeah, anyone could beat anyone. It's a really, really exciting field. That's the joy of Vaikanze. And let's check out what we have in store today. Let's look at those pairings. And we have candidate Vidit against fellow candidate Alireza Firouzja in second place. Donchenko faces off against women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. We have Gukesh on a roll against Max Varmadam, also a man in form. Pragnananda takes on Jordan Van Forest. Parham Magzudlu, one of the tailenders, aims to fight back against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And one of the stellar games, one of the biggest matchups today, Abdusatorov against leader Anish Giri. The all-Chinese derby, Wei Yi against Ding Liren. And Robert, 7 really, really fascinating clashes.
Yeah, it's hard to pick which one should be our match of the day. I think inevitably we'll have to go middle of the pack there. Number 4, Nodirbek Abdusatorov. He is 1 point behind the leader, Anish Giri. So that 4th board, it's really kind of the first board of action. But David, which of these matches catches your eye the most?
Yeah, we are definitely going to be following Anish Giri with interest. He had a bit of a roller coaster yesterday. It looked like he would extend his lead in the tournament, but held to a draw now, black against Abdusatorov, who nearly won this event last year. That is going to be one to watch. I'm also looking forward to Pragnananda against Van Forest. It feels like Prag, he's been going through the gears. Still only got 1 win, but undefeated so far. I have a feeling that in the second half, he's going to start motoring. Vidit against Firouzja, also an exciting one. Vidit so far is the solid player of the tournament, 6 straight draws, and Firouzja in second place will be hoping to continue his winning streak.
And there is Vidit Gujarati. He's the winner of the Grand Swiss in the Isle of Man. Lost his first round to the leader of the Challengers tournament here in Vaikanze, and Erwin Lamy, and then went on an absolute tear. So we know that Vidit is capable of stringing together a number of wins in a row, but so far in this field, he's been the solid player, as you said, David. No losses, but also no wins to his name.
Yeah, as he proved in the Isle of Man, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And thankfully for Vidit, including today, still 7 rounds to go. So still plenty of time for things to click if he can rediscover that killer instinct. He's probably been one of the players of 2023, but this first super tournament of 2024, Vidit needs to start winning sooner rather than later. And here we see Alexander Donchenko, who had a tough day yesterday. It's been a bit of a tough tournament so far for him, the winner of last year's Challenger section. Super impressed by her so far.
Games where she lost that were off the board, and the losses, which sometimes happens, even is clearly holding her on the women in Vaikanze. He was invited to this. He has justified their selection plus score 3.5 out of 6. One of them could continue the hot streak.
And organizers invite their local a bunch of support. It's the weekend now. The audience here, it's only growing day by day.
It's chess festival. They are rooting for through the various sections. He won the 2021 Dutch Championship. He's been a second. That's a trainer for both Jordan van Forest and Anish Giri in the 2021 candidates. So for Max Vormedem, a wealth of experience off the board. Now he's bringing all of that knowledge, that opening repertoire to his own game. And we can see the benefits that he's reaped, David, from working with these other top Dutch players.
Yeah, for sure. We said it yesterday. He might have a 26-25 rating, Max Vormedem, but severely underrated. He has the opening weaponry of a 2700. He seems to have the nerves of a much stronger player as well. And this is all part of that learning experience. He's underrated. He's only improving year by year. Still only 23 years old. And meanwhile, this Chinese derby, this kind of clash between world champion Ding Liren and his countryman Wei Yi is also going to be one to watch. But they have worked together in the past. They are friends. So, wow, sharing a laugh there as well. Nice to see. How badly do they want to beat each other? That is the big question in this clash today.
We don't usually see Ding Liren so lighthearted at the board, but that's because he's an absolute monster. When the chess clock is first pressed, he goes into kind of the mode where you do not want to mess with that man. But these two players are good friends. Before the event, we had the interview with Ding Liren where Wei Yi wrote a poem for him. But here, Alireza Firouzja, another candidate in this field, playing his fellow candidate in Vidya Gujrati. And for those of you who may not recognize the terminology, the candidates is the tournament that decides who plays Ding Liren for the World Championship title. Both of these players are in that 8-player field.
Yeah, one of the highlights of 2024. We're looking forward to that in April, I believe. And mark your calendars because that will be fascinating. You'll also see Jan Nepomniachtchi at that event, who has won the previous 2 candidate tournaments. So, it's basically a who's who of chess right now out there in Vaikanze as Nepomniachtchi waits for the arrival of his opponent. And another candidate, we're spoiled. Praggnanandhaa, one of the 5 here in this Masters section. And we see the attention of the players in the background there, the attention of some of the audience being drawn to the center of the tournament hall. That's because the gong out there in this historic venue is about to be hit to signal the start of the games. We will see the handshakes. We will see the first moves any second now.
And here we see the leader, Anish Giri, with the black pieces against Nurdirbek Abdusattorov, the youngest world rapid champion in the history of chess. Also an Olympiad gold medalist for his native Uzbekistan. He is a hero in his home country, but he's playing on Anish Giri's home turf, where all those fans you see in the background, they are rooting for one player and one player only, and that is Anish Giri to beat Abdusattorov and take another Vaikanze title.
And what a sight this is. All of the other sections, some of the amateur sections, some of the qualifier sections for the challengers and above. And this one, it's known as a festival for a reason. It really does celebrate chess. A really diverse range of players there, ages. And Abdusattorov smiling before his game. Any second now. In the background, we'll see the gong being hit. And there we go. The handshake. We are off, Robert.
I love this sight. All of these players taking their chess seriously. It's a festival. There is Parham Maghsoodloo joining us at the last possible second, readying himself for a tough test in Jan Nepomniachtchi. But this is probably our matchup of the day. And I was going to say potentially the matchup of the tournament, because these two were first place and second place a year ago. You know that Nurdirbek Abdusattorov wants nothing more than to take down the person who stole his championship last year.
Yeah, it was close. It was a race to the finish, but it was Abdusattorov who stumbled last year, as you mentioned, Robert, just on the brink of victory. He actually played Anish's countryman, Jordan van Forest. He had the white pieces. A draw would have been enough to secure a playoff, but unfortunately, nerves got the better of him on the brink of tournament victory last year. So Abdusattorov does have a bone to pick. He does have a score to settle. It was Anish who leapfrogged him, who profited from that slip-up. And we're only 2 moves into this one, but Anish is already away from the board, having dropped the Petrov defense in the opening. What are your thoughts on this start to the game? Looks like it surprised Abdusattorov.
Exactly what I was going to say there, David, that he caught Abdusattorov by surprise. Of course, Nadirbek has many games against the Petrov, but the opponent on the other side is usually the likes of a Fabiano Caruana. Anish Giri, not a renowned Petrov player. Many of the Chinese players, they play the Petrov, but not Anish. So, David, I'm going to throw the question back to you. This is a standard opening move, giving up the e5 pawn just to later win back the e4 pawn. Abdusattorov, after a little bit of thing, takes his pawn on e5, but do you like what Anish is doing? Because moves into the game.
Basis. I'm sure he has done it of e5, but thing out there, it's got this really decent weapon if you want to. Like you say, Robert, he's definitely looked at this before, probably spent hundreds of hours looking at the Petrov, but he knows Anish has also done that, and Anish is the one who's freshest. He clearly revised all of these lines, clearly looked at what Abdusattorov has been doing in this opening this morning. So, yeah, it feels like Anish, at least on the front foot in this opening, at least the first one to force the opponent to dig deep.
And I think it's a wise choice because Anish Giri, he has quite literally written the course on the Najdorf, right? He has put out chessable videos showing his opening knowledge, what he recommends, but he's shying away from that in this game. And I think that's quite a clever decision because at the highest level, you need to be a moving target. So as we dive into the chess, the point of this opening is that first you need to, well, you don't actually need to because Hikaru Nakamura has shown us that you don't always have to kick this knight first. Sometimes he takes this pawn e4 just to backtrack a move, which historically has been said to be horrible for black. And yet when he's played this situation, this position from black, you have to be careful. Just to show a quick opening trick, if you move your knight, you need to watch out. Queen and king in the same line. Knight to c6 is check to the king, also check to the queen, and making sure the queen cannot block on e7 because the knight will capture it there as well. So these knights can be tricky, but instead of dropping back with your knight, you block with your queen, and we get a funny position where the knight on e5 is given back. White goes up a pawn, but will be lacking in development in some of these positions. So, David, I'm glad we are not seeing that just because I feel like it isn't the best option for black, even though it's not as dubious as this reputation has been.
The blunder of the queen, Robert, I think that was the first opening trap, other than Scholar's Mate, that I was ever shown, that I was ever taught. And yeah, it was a real shock to see Hikaru kind of try to revive this whole variation from the black side just as recently as the Champions Chess Tour finals last month. But Anish plays more traditionally and kicks back this white knight. And once it retreats, the recapture of the pawn, establishing material equality again, and pawn to c4. As you mentioned, at this elite level, at this kind of elevated kind of platform that the players are playing at, surprise value is everything. You need to shock the opponent. These guys have such deep, vast knowledge that if you just play into their comfort zone, play into territory that they have examined and they know everything about, then you won't get rewarded simply. And that's why I guess Anish played the Petrov to surprise his opponent, and Abdusattorov now doesn't play one of the main moves. Pawn to c4 is well known. It's been played by some really strong grandmasters, but it's clearly less explored than some of the other variations. So now it's kind of shoe on the other foot. It's Anish in the think tank. And
for Anish, who, as I've learned, played the Petrov against none other than you, David Howell. So back in Vaikonze, when it was called Chorus, 2009, there's a draw between you and Anish Giri in a Petrov. So you have experience playing Anish in the Petrov.
I do, and I'm just trying to recall exactly what happened. I know I drew against him in 2009 in Biel in the Petrov. I have played him in Vaikonze as well, but I don't... Oh, wow. Actually, yes, you're right. That was in the C group when we was... Oh, my gosh. You're making me... you're calling me out here, Robert.
You know, it's not me. I'm going to be honest with you. I asked our producer, hey, can we pull up some Anish Giri games in the Petrov? And then I was told that there's a game against you. So that's one of his earlier Petrov games.
I do remember 2009, you're right. And it was a draw, if I remember correctly. I also played him in a Petrov, I think maybe a year later in 2000, it might have been 2010 Beal. So a couple of games against Anish, not in this exact position, but this opening at least. And yeah, mixed memories, I'll say. So he does have form. And of course, Anish has seconded the likes of Vladimir Kramnik, who was really championing this opening for years and years. It's got a great reputation. Like you said, Fabiano has it as one of the kind of staples of his opening repertoire. And it's for a reason. These top dogs, they keep going back to this. It's because it's rock solid for black, no weaknesses. And what do you think, Robert? Is this a sign that Anish would be happy with a draw?
He most certainly will be happy with the draw, and he's with the black pieces at the highest level. If you said it before this tournament, usually you try to press with the white pieces and you try to hold with black because there is first move advantage, statistically speaking, in chess. And in this position, and we're talking about what he needs to do to get that half point, to solidify and make sure that he has no weaknesses. I like this attempt by Abdusattorov because if the knight captures on c3, white has a choice of which way to capture back, but you can even just take away from the center with your d-pawn. The queen on d1 has more space in front of it than the black queen on d8. That would be a slight advantage in terms of that piece for white. The bishop on c1 gets to develop on its natural diagonal. White, of course, will castle the king. And I think the central control leaves white with a slight plus, even though white is the one with those double pawns. You typically want your pawns to be on their starting files, not doubled as they will be on c3 and c4.
Oh, Robert, suddenly I feel old. 2009, I just figured it's 15 years ago. Oh my gosh. Wow. Right down memory lane. I actually, I got sent recently on Instagram, someone private messaged me being like, do you recognize this position? It's just from a random game. Do you remember where this was played? And I thought he was testing me on the Great World Champions, but I had no idea. And he was like, it was a game you played 4 years ago. So I'm losing it. The mind is going.
Well, I think you're a steel trap for other people's games as a commentator, but then you forget about your own. But we know you are a top-level player in your own right, so I haven't forgotten about your games. Even if I didn't know that one from 2009, I remember some of the others. So don't worry, David. We haven't forgotten about you, even if you're forgetting about yourself.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. It's watching these youngsters play that's really making me feel like a grandpa Dave. Anyway, so Anish Giri deep in thought as he decides whether to capture the knight on c3 or retreat. Shall we zoom out of this one and go to the bird's eye view?
Yes, I mean, Anish Giri, he's the one who landed the opening surprise, but it may be him who is more surprised after all. So let's look across our boards. Wow, in the top right between Wei Yi and Ding Liren, that is deep into a queenless position where it looks like black has bad pawns. So that's the furthest along, David. I don't know if that's the most interesting game to you, but it is one that has played the most moves.
Yeah, I think we should go there first of all. The other games are still in their infancy. And as you mentioned, queens are off there. Either we'll see a long, grindy endgame, or we could see a quick handshake. So that all Chinese clash between Wei Yi and Ding Liren. As you mentioned, it's a lot of theory. Actually, this last couple of moves do hint that the players are racing towards a peace treaty, a handshake, and a draw. Still early days in terms of moves, but not in terms of position. Queens off, all knights off, opposite colour bishops, and it's only rooks remaining. Robert, I don't think there's enough imbalance here for either player to get ambitious.
No, you look at where the pawns are. They're double pawns for black on the f-file, but they're very hard to get to. And that bishop on d6 covers all the entry points. No rook e7 infiltration. The one thing that black does need to be careful about is that these two pawns on c6 and d5, they're on light squares, and white has a light square bishop. So black can't really go after white's pawns, but white can attack black's pawns on the light squares. So g3 played by Wei Yi, offering an exchange of pawns, trying to open some lines for his rooks. But David, I've seen another David play this opening time and time again. It's David Paravian. He loves this opening from the white side, and he doesn't just play it for a draw. He tries to outplay his opponent in the endgame that we see in front of us. But I think between these two players who know each other so well, who are good friends, Wei Yi wrote Ding a poem that we saw in the pre-tournament interview that Peter Dockers had with Dingley Wren. So I think at this stage, it's very likely that we will see this one peter out completely to a draw.
Yeah, and I was about to suggest that we go from the start just to show the audience what opening it was that did lead to this pretty much dead drawn middle game, end game. But I'm not sure whether we would have the time. The players seem to be racing towards that handshake. Let's do it. Let's try at least, Robert, quickly.
I'm going to quickly go through the moves, and I'm watching the players to see if they are going to shake hands with bishop b4. The main response to this line, the e4 pawn is tender, so white is trading and then protects the pawn, but black is able to strike in the center. So just to continue to speed this along, this is the most popular opening for kids in the US, the four knights game. Everyone learned it growing up when they weren't trying to do the four move checkmate. And then you see that this is where black's pawns were doubled on f6 in just a couple moves right around here after the bishop was challenged. And this is how we got to the end game. And white is ever so slightly better, but very solid for black because the bishops are strong, at least until the bishops went off the board.
Yeah, the bishop pair normally compensates for the weakened pawn structure, and in order to get rid of the bishop pair, white did have to trade off this knight, the only piece that could really attack or profit from doubled weak pawns. And I think from here we can catch up with the current game position because nothing too dramatic could happen. This is the problem when you play e5 as black. The four knights, it does have this kind of drawish tendency. If white is peacefully inclined, it's very hard to create winning chances as black. White's done nothing wrong, of course. It's well within his rights, Wei Yi, to kind of get this small symbolic advantage, slightly better pawn structure, zero risk in the position. But ultimately, at this level, impossible to see either side to make a mistake. And okay, a capture here, first real pause of the game. But Robert, I've just noticed Ding has gained 8.5 minutes since this game began.
Well, I was just trying to rack my brain here. Is this exactly the type of position that Dingley Wren drew from the black side against Alireza Firouzja in the previous candidates? Like, they had this draw that was not very eventful, and if I remember correctly, it was in this opening, but my memory sometimes fails me too, David. I could be wrong.
You and me both, Robert. I think yours is better than mine at this point, but I think you might be right. Often when players don't have too much to play for, if they don't want to risk, if they just want to get the game done, then this is the opening they do resort to. And here we see liquidation of all of the kingside pawns. I think we'll see even more exchanges right now. Here we go. The operation of rook exchange is about to begin. And shall we guess exactly what move this ends on? I'll suggest move 31.
What move is it right now? Is move 25. I'm going move... Yeah, 31 sounds right. Usually you like to get to move 30, and then you say, we've played a full game. Let's make this draw.
Yeah, and you can even tell on the body language. Maybe we just focus on the players' cameras now. The body language, neither side too excited. I'm sure we'll see a smile at the end, a handshake, maybe a poem written about this game as well. But ultimately, it's guaranteed to be a draw and the first game in the Masters section to finish.
Yeah, this is completely even. I did look it up. Alireza Firouzja and Dingley Wren, they played into this opening a slight change of moves from Dingley Wren in this one. I think he improved upon that game, or maybe he just found another path towards equality. But this game is completely level right now, as it's bishop, 2 rooks, and 4 pawns per side. The bishops are in opposite colors, so you control different squares. But for Dingley Wren, drawing with the black pieces against someone as strong as Wei Yi, it's a good result. For Wei Yi, he lost a pretty rough game yesterday where he and then stumbled, lost a pawn. So a draw for Wei Yi is
and ultimately you're playing the world champion. It's not the worst result in the world, and with before, someone you've practiced with, especially in these long tournaments where the players should be trying to save their energy. They need to at some point, a marathon of 13 rounds, so we can forgive the players for taking a slightly shorter day. And I think we'll see it now. Second time we've seen this position. Another check, a dance between the white rook and the black king. White's rook will retreat, and I'm just curious about what move it will be. This is move 31. Will I be correct? King back to f6. Oh, I think there'll be one final move. Rook to h6 will be the third time. And there we go. Handshake. I was out by one, Robert.
You were close, but close is not good enough. It was a game that between these two friends who have worked together, it's difficult to play one another in that circumstance. And, well, of course, we'd love to see a fight between Ding Liren and anyone that he's facing, especially somebody with the history, even in his young years, that Wei Yi has. But for both these players, there's still 6 rounds left. They get an extra rest day, so to speak. They're going to leave the playing hall and ready themselves for the home stretch of this tournament.
Yeah, and we saw there a brief headline, shocking early draw. I think that was slightly tongue-in-cheek because it could have been predicted, but ultimately that gives us full focus on the other exciting games, which we cannot complain about. So, Robert, here we see the 6 remaining battles in the Masters section. Where else is your eye drawn to? The others have a lot more tension, pretty much towards the end of the opening in all of them now.
Well, I'm noting in the top left between Parham Maksudlu and Jan Nepomniachtchi, there is what I thought was a long pawn chain, but that's a white bishop on e3. So it's a chain of pieces, but it's a tall pawn rather than a normal one. But I think really where my head's at is the game in the middle on the bottom row between Gukesh and Max Vormedam, because if I'm doing math correctly here, white is up a pawn, although black is castled as king. So that game to me seems to be the most exciting out of the opening.
Let's do it. Anytime there's a sacrifice on the board, our attention should be diverted there, and a big commitment. Using all of that research, the prepared against him recently, I had white Farmadam, and I couldn't find any real chinks.
He has indeed. And you see in this position that white is a pawn ahead, but the black king is safely castled over there on g8. The white king in the center, the bishop next to it can't develop. You have to spend some time pushing pawns just to get your bishop out of the way. So this is why black sacrifices a pawn. Maybe we should rewind as Gukesh is in for a bit of a think here. But we started with c4 on move 1, and then it quickly transposed into a d4 opening where David, Max Vormedam, he is afraid of nobody. He immediately strikes in the center with c5. And as you can see to the left of our board here, 41% of these high-level master games ends in a victory for white. 34% of the games are drawn, 25% win for black. So it's quite a combative opening, and it's really about who knows it better.
Exactly. It's really nice to see Max play so dynamically and not being afraid to be direct. Often lower-rated players, kind of at any level, once they're facing someone maybe a couple of 100 points higher, for example, they do tend to back down. They just want to survive the opening. They're a bit timid and they end up in passivity for the rest of the game. But Max is showing he believes in his opening research. And let's go down the path for a few moves, because this is pretty much an immediate pawn sacrifice after white captures. Black recaptures on d4, allowing white to first give a check and then take with the queen. This is designed against, for example, if we'd started with queen takes d4, Robert, black would be able to play knight c6 using a pin on the d file. So this is a small tactic black uses just to gain a tempo in the opening, hence queen a4 check instead. And just after black blocks, a capture now on d4, and knight c6 no longer available as a resource. And the bishop on d7 is slightly misplaced as well in general. So, okay, instead, Max took back on d5, and the white queen having to kind of lose a bit of time dancing around, again, something we advised against in the opening. This is the reason, as you pointed out, in the current position, white is so far behind in development. White has had to waste 1, 2, 3, 4 moves even with the white queen. If I can count correctly, there we go. And it comes back now to her starting square. So black is basically saying one pawn is worth 3, 4 tempi. And normally, I think, Robert, he'd be right.
Yeah, and under normal circumstances, that is definitely the case. But look how Gukesh responds. Very quietly, bishop d2. Black castles, the white knight hops out, and this is the decision that you do not take lightly, on this move for black, because giving away your bishop for a knight, usually you wait until your bishop is kicked. But Max understands that he needs activity. That what's keeping this position relatively balanced is his dynamic play. So let's say he sat and did nothing. You're going to play knight to c6, and white plays move pawn to e3, and black continues to improve pieces, say rook c8. White plays bishop e2, and let's say you bring a rook to e8. All of this looks normal and smart, just putting your piece in better squares. Once white castles, well, now if you take on c3, if you're trying to go for the same plan, this is really not going to work out because white has great squares for the pieces. You can even retreat your bishop to e1. If you want to keep the pair of bishops, you can safely slide your rook to defend it, and white is up a healthy pawn at this stage. So I do not think that this is the way you play once you give up a pawn. Just play as if you had equal material. You need to play ambitiously. You have to be proactive, and that's why Max, he took it upon himself to take the knight on c3.
Yeah, you got to be really precise, really energetic whenever you sacrifice a pawn. And it's all about momentum. Chess is all about momentum flows up and down. And like you say there, Robert, now is the moment to strike before white is fully mobilized and developed. And yes, white can still continue with that whole procedure of playing pawns e3, bishop e2, castles, but it will now come at quite a decent cost. Black will just take that bishop on c3. White's queenside pawn structure will be ruined, and clear targets, queen to a5, for example. Suddenly it's black hitting white before white is ready. That's why sensing the moment and being dynamic, being energetic is so essential in any form of chess, but especially in open positions like this when you have sacrificed a pawn.
And the type of advantage that white has, it's a material advantage, an extra pawn, but you see the engine, it says only about half a pawn better for white. And in, I guess, grandmaster terms, it means that black has sufficient compensation and may even win that pawn back. White could still be slightly better, but the likely result at the end of the day is a draw. So that's why black plays in this manner, doesn't mind being down just one pawn. I know that sometimes can be the difference in a game leading to a victory, as Alireza Firouzja beat Weyi with just a single extra pawn yesterday. But in this type of position where black gets the first attacking punch, going after these loose pawns on the queen side, I think that's what allows black not just to stay in the game, but likely to equalize it.
Yeah, Robert, how comfortable are you sacrificing these pawns, especially these long-term sacrifices where you don't kind of force the regain of a pawn in the immediate future? Because that's one thing I've struggled with, I must admit, my entire career. A bit too materialistic.
I'm on the same page. I think that I prefer to actually grab the pawn and force my opponent to prove it. And there are certain players where you look at their games and you just wonder, how are you so comfortable being down that material and you're not looking to get it back? The Daniil Dubovs of the world, you're playing the Catalan, you're giving away a pawn, controlling the center, and just playing around it. I find it quite enviable when I see these players doing it, because I'm like, no, I don't like being down material. It does make me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, Jordan Van Forest, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, anytime he's black, always a pawn down defending some horrible endgame. But yeah, these top players, they have ways of working through the mental block, and they know that a extra pawn advantage for either side only really counts in the endgame. So that's where Alireza was able to win, because it was deep in the endgame when he had his extra pawn. This early in the battle, who cares about the pawn count? It's all about activity of pieces. There's other factors at play. But like you say, it's such a hard kind of mental block to overcome, this type of active play at the cost of material. But we'll see if Max is rewarded.
Yeah, I have to say, David, at first glance, I wouldn't see the full compensation for the pawn, but I trust Max considering that he has more time than he started with. My first instinct is to protect my bishop with my queen while threatening a checkmate in this direction. That way I can recapture on c3 with the queen and keep my pawn structure intact. But I understand that I'm spending even more time. That queen's already moved 4 different times. To move it a 5th and then a 6th time, well, he goes for it. Well, the king is in the center. This is a bit of brave play in response from Gukesh, because he has not completed his development. But he is telling Max, if you're going to fully equalize, you need to prove it, as after knight takes c3, which is now forced, the queen will take back. And David, at least we have a healthier pawn structure for white, even if we are completely lacking in development.
Wow, Don't try it at home, anyone. 6 queen moves out of the first 13 moves after queen takes c3. There we go. 6 queen moves, Robert. It goes against everything we're taught, everything we believe in. But white is a healthy pawn up. So it's pretty much the kind of 2 schools of thought here. The greed versus the dynamism. And who's going to be rewarded? Max, again, instant reply, queen e7. He's clearly studied this before with very strong engines. How scared would you be here if you were Gukesh?
I don't think I'd be that scared because there are bailout options, at least I would assume, for white, where let's say this rook comes to c8. Maybe I play queen to a3, knowing that I'm going to lose one of those double pawns eventually. But if I lose one pawn, we're back to material equality. So I feel like for Gukesh, now is the time to find that perfectly accurate reply of, if you are going to trade queens, what square is it going to be on? Are you going to try for queen to e5 or queen to a3 or maybe pawn a3, which does another important job of taking away any checks from this square and even putting your own queen on b4 to trade on your terms, doubling your pawns, opening an a file. These are really challenging decisions. I'm just suggesting ideas. I do not know which is best, but a3 does come to mind, so I can try to trade my queen in 2 different directions. e3, of course, is like the most natural move, but because it's the most natural move, I'm afraid to play it, as I feel like Max, he's anticipating his opponent will go for that. He'll play rook c8, and we continue having to move our queen around. It's already been 6. I don't want to make it 7, but I know I have to.
7 queen moves from the first 14, 15. That is really another level, really a rarity to see. But as you say, I think the most important point is he can bail out. There won't be any direct attacks against the white king, at least. So it's nice in chess to have that kind of safety route. Just that go wrong. But experiences, you play the opening if you're and then you want to ultimately he just needs to really interesting. We'll keep an eye on this one, definitely, Robert.
I just like what Max is doing. We can zoom out to the bird's eye view, but Max 100 points lower rated than his younger and stronger at the moment opponent. He is taking it to him. He's not just going to play solidly, passively, and allow Gukesh to down the line outplay him in an end game. He says, no, I'm going to try to force matters, them into my own hands. So that was our game in the middle on the bottom row. David, I'm looking across. I see in the bottom left, Vidit against Firouzja is a Sicilian. So that could have some great excitement for us. Any other games besides that one looking particularly interesting to you?
Yeah, we'll of course recap all of them. I see 2 Queen's Gambit declines towards the right of our screen there, but my eyes are drawn towards the left. I'll leave it to you. Magzudlu against Nepomniachtchi is a Petrov. Vidit against Firouzja is an open Sicilian, but both looking pretty spicy. A lot of tension in both of those. And while we've got them on the camera, as Vidit leaves the board, should we go to Vidit against Firouzja?
Let's do just that, because Alireza Firouzja, he didn't want a Petrov. He didn't want any sort of symmetrical structure. He played c5 on move 1. So before we dive into the X's and O's at this point, David, do you think that Firouzja, half point behind Anish, probably still kicking himself about his loss to Zhu Wenjun, do you think he's playing for a win from the start? Like, is he going to test his opponents, suggesting that I really want to gain tournament victory?
Yeah, we can't blame him if that's the case. He's a confident man. Yes, there was one setback against Zhu Wenjun, but I mean, the last month, Robert, he's won more games than most players win in a year. So Alireza, he's got to be feeling sharp. And we should mention as well that Vidit kind of traditionally wasn't an e4 player, or at least he was playing d4, c4, knight f3 quite a lot in his younger days, but most recently has switched towards these king's pawn openings. So Alireza is sticking to his own kind of favored opening by playing the open Sicilian, by playing the Najdorf, but he's also maybe arguing that he has more experience than the opponent. And either way, I love to see both players going for it. Vidit as well, on the other hand, on the flip side, all draws, as we mentioned so far, he must be getting restless. Nobody wants to be known as the draw king. drawing all their games in an event, he wants to get that first victory. And nice to see both players seemingly playing for the win.
He'll leave the artist title to his good friend Anish Giri. Vidit doesn't want any part of that. He doesn't want to draw 13 games like Anish did in 14 in the candidates. But for Vidit, this is really Vidit Gujrathi 2.0. Many of the top players have talked about his 2023, where even before he won the Grand Swiss and the Isle of Man to earn his way into the candidates tournament in the World Cup, he made the quarterfinals for a second time in a row. He knocked Jan Nepomniachtchi out of that tournament before himself bowing out to Nijat Abbasov, and that was a huge disappointment for Vidit. He knew that getting into the semifinals would have stamped his ticket to the candidates. He lost to a lower-rated player who was having the tournament of his life. It hurt him. It truly did. I'm friends with him. That was another so close, yet still so far moment in a history, in a career of those types of moments. So to see him break through in 2023 was great as a friend of his, but also for the nation of India. They have been rooting for him, cheering him on as a player, as a content creator, someone who goes on YouTube and streams with many of the most popular comedians in India. So for Vidit Gujrathi, it's great to see that he had his breakthrough moment, but also his style has completely changed, David. He's going for sharp Sicilians from the white side rather than just slowly trying to grind his opponent down in D4 openings. And right now in this game, he's up nearly 10 minutes. The position is just getting started in terms of its sharpness, and we could dive into the specifics, but I just wanted to shout Vidit out for changing his repertoire completely.
Yeah, and I think again, that's something the audience should be taking inspiration from. It's never too late. If things aren't quite clicking, if you're kind of getting close, but not close enough, sometimes just a whole refresh of your openings or a refresh in kind of change of mindset, being a bit more aggressive, pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, it does get rewarded. So diving into the position, Robert, as you mentioned, it's Vidit, kind of this new Vidit that we see, not afraid to fight fire with fire. And I mean, this current meanwhile, the Black King, to throw forward those G and H pawns. So short term for either of these two sides, it's in their favor, who's able to. It's hard to call. It's hard to judge who's better. We see the evaluation bar slightly preferring white. That's usual in these types of Sicilians, to see neither side's done anything wrong, both kind of logically developing their pieces. But first instinct, Robert, who would you prefer and why?
Definitely the white side, because the king is already castled, and there's one idea that I'm just concentrating on, some sort of knight to c5, exploiting the pin along the d file. And if you could secure the bishop pair for white, you may not be winning, but I don't think you're ever going to be in danger, at least in terms of your king safety. So between the d5 square control that white has, with all of his pieces staring right into that square, I'm just drawing arrows to see how well covered it is, with g4 on the docket, with this knight c5 type of idea, I would certainly prefer to have the white pieces. David, am I overestimating white's position just because maybe I have a preference for the white side of Sicilians, as I'm not a Sicilian player myself?
Yeah, it's not my area of expertise either, Robert. I think I'm more used to playing these on the white side. With black, I've always been terrified of kind of embarking on this kind of hair-raising type of journey with kind of pawns flying towards the Black King. But yeah, I mean, I do favor white as well, but I do trust Firouzja. He's got so much experience in these types of positions, and even if things go wrong, he's so resourceful, and he loves it when pieces are flying all over the board, where it's all about calculation and intuition. And I think we're going to be treated to a great fight ahead. But while Firouzja does think, let's zoom out, and I think it's time for our first break of the day, as the players now have left the opening stage. And we will be back very shortly to cover these exciting early middle games. So don't go anywhere, anyone, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
Oh my God, I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. Turn the thermostat up. Please,
No milk.
no milk.
No fucking milk, James.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance.
What's up, everyone? Chess is hard as it is, but we're about to make it even harder by playing chili chess. For every type of piece we capture, we are gonna eat a chip with some hot sauce on it, starting with the pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, a queen, and then the loser of the game is gonna eat this drenched chip over here.
Ready to go?
Yeah. There we go.
And here we go.
Oh man, we've battled a lot in the. It's like you're letting me take it, bro. We get it.
Instant, you must be hungry, bro.
I'm too scared to capture.
Take it, bro.
No, because then we have to eat the.
You know what? Now you gotta eat the freaking chip.
All so big. Oh.
Yes.
Oh man. It feels like I'm inhaling a barbecue. I hate that one.
That's pretty good.
God. That is the official.
Your turn, buddy. Beautiful.
That one's weird, man. It's like citrusy, but like
Correct.
kind of.
That's exactly what it would taste like. None of these. I'm back.
All right. We're
Kind of hot to be chilling like that. It's definitely getting hot in this room, guys. You didn't turn the thermostat up?
Oh, I took a pawn, mister.
Oh, you took a pawn. You did. Damn, bro, you catching everything.
Ah! And
You got to check.
oh my god, I lost on time. No! Oh my god.
You know. Okay, so the problem is I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. So it's probably gonna be like how Magnus said, creeps up on you. Yeah. Now it's starting to creep up. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance. I'm gonna call them people right now.
On my hand.
Please,
No milk.
no milk.
No milk. We're doing this with no milk. No fucking milk, James. It's like two brothers. We in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah.
Explosions all around.
No milk. We ask them, I'm like, you need a Band-Aid? No, I need no milk. No milk.
Oh.
I'm gonna feel that for a few days, 2
flagged
hours.
me, bro.
I did, bro. I did. But your brain don't work right with all the spices and
No, man. Bro, I can't feel my fingers.
stuff.
Same time next week?
Sure. It's a date.
And here we are. Welcome back to Vaikanse, a beautiful town known for its windswept coast, known for its chess festival, and here we saw the handshakes at the beginning of the round inside the famous De Maurian tournament hall. Robert, what a sight to see so many happy faces playing chess.
So many happy faces inside the playing hall. I have a smile on my face because I love this tournament. It starts the new year off right, the first Super Grandmaster tournament of the year, but it's not just that Masters section, it's an entire festival. The people in Vaikanse, they flock to this destination year in and year out because they love to see Anish Giri, the Dutch legend, the number one from their country, but also all of the other competitors play in their home country.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I can promise you the and meanwhile, we mentioned the hometown hero, the home country hero, Anish Giri here. Doesn't look too happy with his position for now. A bit of an exhale there from Anish as he fiddles with a pawn. I must admit, Robert, Detective Dave, the detective in me, wonders where that pawn went to yesterday in another game. We saw another pawn disappear when the pieces were reset. But in the meantime, it's Anish Giri in today's marquee match against Abdusattorov with the black pieces. He's up against it. He's up against a really hungry opponent.
He is up against a player who castled to the queen side while he castled short. So our kings in this game are on opposite sides of the board. That means that we will likely have some punches thrown. And I just want to note that it's black's turn in this position. Anish Giri down about 16 minutes, making it 17 in a moment here on the clear. And for those of you who love doubling your opponent's pawns, because you see double pawns on the C file, you want to do the same over in the F file to give double isolated pawns. This would be a bad decision because what happens when there are double pawns? It means there are open files. So giving up your bishop, the long range piece for this knight on F3 would be a very big mistake. You see the engine absolutely hates it. Even if the engine said it was a fine move, I would say don't go for it because you're opening up a G file where your king is. You're also giving up all of these light squares in the position. So David, bishop takes F3. It's a move that you play if you're trying to unbalance the position even more, or try to play for a win, but you're probably playing for a loss at this stage.
Yeah, it's very tempting for black. It's the first move that you should look at because if it works for black, if you are able to saddle your opponent with weak pawns long term, or if you're able to open up their king like this, if the white king were castled on the opposite flank, for example, then you go for it. Then it's extremely strong. But unfortunately, in the pecking order made attack, not only are the white bishops perfectly poised, the white queen lined up on a nice diagonal as well, but the G file, it's terminal for black. You do not even consider this once you've realized that the G file becomes open to white's favor. So if we look for alternatives, what else could be going through Anish Giri's mind right now? I think it's piece development. Wow, pawn to h6. That is risky to say the least. That creates what we call a hook, Robert.
It does. If white in one turn could put a pawn on g5, now you're not just attacking the knight, you're putting pressure on the pawn. So that's why it's called a hook, is that when a pawn goes forward, you have to open up a file with a trade. So the move h6, I believe it's stopping knight g5. Anish saw the bishop and the queen staring towards his king. And if you play g6 to block that bishop and queen, you're giving up the dark squares and your bishop is not fianchettoed. You'd be much happier if your bishop were on g6. For players in look risky, as now I want to bring my knight into f5. I will give you the g2 pawn. I will gift it to you. In fact, one of the best things for white would be to have this pawn off the board so that you can put a rook on g1 and go right after the enemy king.
Robert, it's not Christmas anymore. I don't have to say yes to your gift. Maybe we show this on the board, knight to d4. It's tempting again. It's the first thing black should look for again, but But yeah, you reject this gift for sure once you realize that the G file is just under the white's control here, and bishop takes h6 among many winning ideas, I'm sure here. Black's king just won't survive. So yeah, that's why I thought h6 was so risky. Firstly, it sets up this hook type of idea, but also once a white knight is installed on f5, it's going to be harder than ever to kick away, especially by a pawn. Yeah, I don't know what Anish has in mind here. Yeah, g6 always impossible, as the h6 pawn now will hang. It's beautiful f5 attacking square, then maybe just bishop to f8. And Anish is arguing that he's solid enough, which to my eyes, I'm not so sure about. It still looks really attractive for white. It looks like everything, all the building blocks are in place for a really dangerous attack. Abdusattorov still has to prove it, though.
I would feel like black is one move away, because you need to trade pieces to make sure your king feels safer. And this, just to end the variation with move f3, no longer is the g2 pawn hanging, and I've taken away this critical e4 square so that you cannot initiate these trades. And you have to watch out for all sorts of sacrifices on the h6 square, as we were talking about earlier, g4 and g5, using the pawn as a hook. I have to say, David, I love the look of white's position if we were to go down this variation. So Anish, he has to be careful here, because this no longer is the typical, you're slightly worse out of the opening, white plays the first move, you get the advantage. This looks scary for the black king.
Yeah, that f3 move, the knight on f6, and it's just one-way traffic as soon as the white pawn starts storming forward on the king side. And yeah, we kind of briefly discussed the open Sicilian in the other game where it was kings on opposite flanks as well, and at least there you could see that both sides were actively trying to attack on their respective flanks. Here, black will never ever attack this white king. The white king simply has 4 pawns in front of it. I mean, it's a distant dream ever creating any activity on that flank for black. So yeah, unless Anish is able to somehow trade off pieces, as you mentioned, which doesn't seem immediately possible, then big trouble ahead, big trouble in store. I have no doubt Abdusattorov is going to play knight to d4 after a bit of thought, because it's so natural, so attractive, and he's that type of player. If you give him the momentum, give him the initiative, he'll leap on it. And yeah, at least in my eyes, Robert, easier to play for white, more fun to play for white.
Much easier. I'm trying to look for something more concrete. I'm not immediately finding it. I want to trade maybe bishops, but that seems like a weird strategy to just move my knight away just to try to trade bishops, which won't even happen because white can push the pawn to f4. So just to show you what my idea was, if knight d7, knight f5, trying to get this bishop out of here, you're just actually inviting the attack with pawn to f4. No trades for you. I'm trying to checkmate you. I don't want to go to an endgame or anything of the sort. So this kind of position, when a knight lands on f5, it's a knife on f5, as people like to call it. Looks scary for the black king.
Yeah, the knight on f5 will thrive and black will not survive. So yeah, it's looking scary. And Anish, yeah, he's facing, as I mentioned, a really determined opponent here. Abdusattorov, credit to him for finding this kind of way out of the Petrov, keeping tension, keeping neutral chances alive. It's not every day you get any fight in the. Still in move 12, but I think definitely some chaos ahead. Okay, should we check back in a bit later? Let's leave Abdusattorov to make this decision. Knight to d4 looks super tempting.
Yeah, it's Nurdirbek's first think of the game, so we'll leave him to his thoughts as he tries to find that correct path forward. Because if he missteps or plays with some hesitation, it is likely that Anish Giri will find the equalizing moves to neutralize the white attack. So as we see Nurdirbek take a drink, let's sip up. I don't even know if that's an expression, but let's take in some of the other boards. David, which other game that we haven't looked at do you want to go on over to?
Yeah, I think we stick to the left half of our screen here on the bird's eye view. Let's go top left. Let's go Magzudlu against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's a tension-filled position there, and we go from one Petrov defense to another Petrov defense. We go to maybe, especially in his candidates' campaigns in the last few years. And I was going to say, interesting, Robert, firstly, that kind of Magzudlu is being so provocative, taking Jan on in his comfort zone in one of his strongest openings that he's prepared for World Championship matches. But also interesting that Jan is happy to play his kind of A game, his kind of his favorite opening with the candidates 2024 on the horizon.
It's a decision that you do not take lightly, because if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, you want to hide some of your novelties, some of the new ideas you have in the opening stage. So for Jan to play the Petrov, it could mean that he's going to play something else in the candidates, or he's played it so many times at this point that you know what you're getting from him. He's not afraid to essay an opening that he's used with great success, as you've mentioned so many times throughout his illustrious career. So this type of position is one that is familiar to both Jan and his opponents. Parham, in fact, has more. David, the fact that the white king on G1 has some weak light squares in front of it, I don't see the targets that white is going after in black's position. Naturally, the B7 pawn is defended by the queen. So if Eval Bar says it's about level, even a slight advantage for white, but I'm kind of taking black here. What about you?
Yeah, again, we talk of ease of play, the human factor, which side has more intuitive plans, and it's easy to see what black wants to do. Black wants to somehow bring that knight from a6 back into the game, back towards the center, maybe knight c7 into e6. Black was, I was about to say, going to double up rooks on the e file, but okay, bishop takes e4, big decision by Magzudlu. And the evaluation bar approves, saying that this is fine for white, but this was no easy decision, parting with the beautiful light squared bishop just for a knight. Yes, that was a powerful black knight in the center of the board, but it does elicit a slight frown from Nepomniachtchi when he sat down. And yeah, this is committal stuff. I think he needs to justify it, because white
expose light squares, but I see there's a knight that can capture the bishop, and that means that whatever attack I was dreaming of won't happen. But I understand what Parham is aiming for, that if the pawn takes on e4, he is going to plant his own knight on e5, hitting the queen here. And if you take on e5, the pawn takes back, and now the rook is happily sitting on an open file. The bishop on h7, which is supposed to help you checkmate the white king, is not in the game. And it's not just the queen under attack, the square in front of it, the d6 square. I'm going to park my pieces on d6 and say, please take me. I'll even sacrifice my rook for a minor piece if you want it, just to establish a connected pass pawn. So this type of position, I feel like, allows white to have a lot of fun, whereas maybe taking with the bishop to start with keeps the position more closed, and that could be more up Jan Nepomniachtchi's alley.
Yeah, it feels like this is by far the more solid of the two options, bishop takes bishop. If we just revisit that line, however, with d takes e4, I just wanted to mention if black were able to jump in, queen to h3, bring that bishop f5, g4, f3, there's all the contours of a checkmating attack, but unfortunately it's just too slow. It takes 3 whole moves, and white can pounce, queen takes b7, and unfortunately no time with this attack, because after, for example, queen takes a6, the queen drops back in time to f1 to defend her king. So it's just because black's one bad piece is so misplaced on a6 that you cannot even dream of any attacking ideas here. So I think that's dawning on Jan that his plan was probably to take back with the pawn, but in the current position, maybe he needs to simply be more pragmatic and play for equality instead. Bishop takes e4. And what do you think Parham has got up his sleeve here, Robert?
I was just trying to work out, if you play the same knight e5 move, we're getting into a bit of tactical territory where knight e5, bishop takes knight, and I was going to take this bishop on e4. was looking at this position and thinking, all right, white has some play here with the queen on b3, tying the black queen down to b7. This rook at some moment can jump forward to a square like d6, maybe even in this position. So I thought that this looked pleasant for white, although the engine's like, it's fine for black, as it always tells me.
Yeah, that's the Petrov defense. Just the engine is the killer of joy in these types of openings because it says everything is equal. But I do like what Parham is doing, especially this variation. It feels like the type of magic he could suddenly unleash and that he's capable of unleashing, because after bishop takes e4, that knight e5 move is not obvious at all. And this position we're left with is still that bad knight on a6. So, yeah, I mean, if we were to investigate a move or two deeper, rook to d6, for example, and still pressure on black to kind of neutralize this, to equalize fully. I wonder whether you could take the e5 pawn with impunity. Queen takes b7, rook d7. There's still a lot to work out here. It's by no means safe for black yet.
With accurate play, but when you have these knights on the rim like this, it makes it harder to find the accurate choices. So this type of position, I think we understand that with c5 also dropping, we might see too many trades where b7 and c6 will fall, but c5 will fall in return, and then we get into a position with even material and a level game. So I do think that in this particular line, you can gobble this e5 pawn. I'm curious what Parham, what is he aiming for? Is he really going for ambitious chances, or is he saying, you know what, my tournament hasn't been so good. Jan is such a solid player in the Petrov. Let me just get a slight plus, and if a draw happens, that's really normal at this high level.
Yeah, that's modern chess. Unfortunately, with white, as we've seen in this tournament, if you go too hard, if you push too much for a, as I was doing there, as I dropped my bottle, if you push too much, then things can backfire. Counterattackers black from a healthy position has led players adopted an alternative strategy. It's just to probe, to tickle, as I call it, where you do try, as you mentioned, you try a few things. If your opponent has all the answers, fine, it's a draw, well played to them. But taking risk with white, can backfire. And yeah, I was super attracted to black's position as well until this move, Robert. I agreed with you. Just aesthetically, black's position looked really, really nice, but dynamically, white is holding things together, maybe even v1 asking the questions. So I think a state of dynamic equality, as we would call it.
But bishop takes e4, that's a great move from Parham, because I really thought that black was on the offensive to give up your light square bishop in a position where your king lacks true shelter because of your light squares. It's fantastic recognition from a super strong player who's having a bad tournament, but when he's on his A game, he finds ideas just like this that many other players, if we're being honest, would not go for. That in these variations, to just move his queen away and try to say, hey, that light square bishop that I have, it's going to be a long-term thorn in your side. But white does have such a great activity in the center of the board that I'm not sure if you have the time for black to just start moving your queen around, shuffling your pieces. You actually have to be quite active yourself.
Yeah, a great move by Parham Maghsoodloo, and dilemma now for Jan Nepomniachtchi. But talking of parting unexpectedly with pieces, a move like bishop takes e4, there's an even crazier move elsewhere, Robert, that I think we have to jump to immediately. And it's the man who was in the background for a second there watching this game. It was Alireza Firouzja, who's sacrificed a knight out of the blue against Vidit. That crazy open Sicilian we were talking about earlier. We were talking about the kind of general outlines, the contours of the position, but it's not general anymore. He's given up a piece, and look at this. His last move, simply a quiet improving move, given an exclamation mark. Robert, white is a piece up, but it's...
adventurous player, but I'm just going to show how this knight sacrifice landed on the board, because it came out of the blue. Pawn to a3 after queen to c7 is trying to force the knight backwards, but instead of retreating with the move knight c6, which is going to be hated, I assume, by the engine. Yeah, look at it. Go all the way up. Almost 2 pawns advantage for white, despite the fact that the material is equal. I think you can even play knight d5 or continue with g4 and just gain more space. There is no attack for black. The move knight takes c2, and that's given one exclamation point. I disagree. Give me 1 second here as I go find the second exclamation point. I'm giving that a brilliancy. That is a brilliant move. Giving up the knight in this position, David, that is a bold decision because it's not clear how you get your material back or even how you go after the white king.
It's amazing, and this is why people talk about Alireza Firouzja in such high regard. Not many players in history have been capable of this, just giving up a confidence to give up a knight, lure the opponent's king forward. And this next move, Robert, I think one exclamation mark again might not be sufficient, because queen c6, just the deep understanding to realize you can improve like this in a crazy position, now threatening the e4 pawn, now threatening ideas such as queen to a4. This is incredible tactical vision. This is why he's one of the best players in the world and potentially a future world champion. Firouzja, this is out of my league at least. I can hang with players maybe in positional chess, but when it comes to this, it's another level. Queen c6, brilliant move.
I still don't fully comprehend. So I'm going to show everybody, because if I'm struggling, I'm going to be honest, I think many people at home are also going to have a problem going through these tactics. So I see the e4 pawn is hanging because there's a pin along the c file. The king cannot move away from the pin because the king needs to protect this knight on b3. If I protect my pawn with bishop to d3, I understand the queen. There's a pin on this knight on b3. You actually cannot protect the knight on b3, so I'm surprised that it still says equal. Let me just see what it's saying here. Rook c1 is somehow keeping equality. All right, well, that's maybe just because black's king is in the center, but that seems ridiculous. And okay, so bishop d3, I get why that doesn't work. What if I just play knight d2, David? I'm protecting the pawn that is loose. I am removing the knight that was threatened. Why is this okay for black? You are down a knight for just one pawn.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Robert. We see the evaluation bar, so we know it's okay, but Firouzja doesn't have access to that. And I'm assuming it's for one of two reasons. Either black gives a check anyway on a4, or black blows open the center with d5 while the white king is slightly vulnerable. Both of them are opportunistic. Maybe d5 is the stronger of the two. I'll let the players calculate more than I would be able to here, but d5 evaluation bar doesn't react, and maybe the lines are opening up. Suddenly, black's bishop on f8 that was undeveloped is joining the attack. Bishop takes a joins the attack. This is terrifying for white. I mean, unless you can force the issue and trade off the queen somehow, miraculously, then this is a long-term attack, not just in the next couple of moves. The white king is never going to be safe. So it's, this sacrifice, knight takes c2 on that square now that the white king sits on. I mean, it's 4, 5, 6 moves deep potentially from Firouzja, but it also takes judgment even once we get to a position like this. Incredible. I think I would rather take black, even if the evaluation bar says white is doing okay.
I'm still trying to figure out, like, is black getting the piece back? And I was going to actually make a mistake. I was going to play bishop c4. Like, I'm shutting down the c file. You can't afford to take me on c3 and trade queens. And then I realized, yeah, you actually can afford to trade queens in this particular position, because after knight takes c3, queen c6 check, rook c6, this bishop is hanging on c4. So that's the tactical justification for black, that if I take this piece, I am protecting the bishop on.
It's fine. Maybe I can return a piece, maybe in a slightly better version than this, and kind of neutralize any attack. But either way, Vidit's going to be panicking. It's certainly momentum black after this d5 break, which we think is pretty much forced. I don't see anything other than knight d2. I've got to admit, this retreat, and d5. White has to take. d4 is too strong. Piece fork. And knight takes d5. And I think you mentioned this. Okay, bishop c4 we've explored slightly, but this feels like the key position that both players will certainly have in their mind's eye. So bishop c4. Other moves that come to mind, knight, or I don't really want to say knight d to b1, retreat. To guard everything. I have a feeling about.
Whoa.
Okay. Whoa.
Okay, but think about this, right? If that move is okay, where is Black's checkmating attack going to come from? I think that Alireza brilliance here is that he is not getting dynamics, because when I look at this position, honestly, I'm saying, yeah, I see the eval bar, and I still think white is doing well because I don't see how you're coming after the king with the knights protecting one another, and already I have a threat of rook takes d5. Let's say you just develop your bishop, I can take on d5. Oh, I can't because there's a pin. Sorry, I'm blundering down here. I'll show you why I blundered. That I forgot that it's not just the queen pinning the knight, it's also the rook behind it. So I acknowledge it. That's okay. I can take the move back. So I guess instead of rook takes d5, well, what do I do if you just develop your pieces?
I guess white develops, but what next? Like bishop to e2, black's castling, and black's at some point going to start throwing pawns either b5, b4, f5, e4. I mean, it's like you say, Robert, it's long term. White's actually stuck. I mean, I kind of mentioned knight back to b1 as a joke, but it does hold the fort for the next half dozen moves. The problem is, yes, you hold for the next half dozen moves, but you're still really stuck with this king. White would love to teleport the king over to g1 or even e1 or somewhere.
Pieces on pretty optimal squares. If you bring your rook to d8, saying, I'm going to go after your king some more, the king does slide back to its starting square. You see the evaluation rising for white. And I think that all these types of variations, this is why I keep saying that Alireza Firouzja is a brilliant tactician, but he has wonderful understanding. I think sometimes we pit them against each other, like, oh, these people, they're just good at tactics. They don't actually understand the foundation of the position. Alireza has both. He may be quite young, but he has this knowledge that is I could only dream of having, just to give away a piece in this position, not to play in the manner that allows the white king to escape, but just to go back to this point here. As you said, I mean, black has all these options to keep the initiative alive, maybe f5 to start with, things of this nature. But what a decision from the French-Iranian player who came in here swinging.
Yeah, you're 100% correct, Robert. Whenever I lose to all these, wonder kids these days, I'm like, grumpy old man, oh, they don't understand anything. They got lucky with this trick. Refusing to step back, refusing to kind of allow the opponent to dictate, just sacrificing instead, playing for the practical value, but also objectively fully kind of justified. This is why these young players have really risen to the top at such a young age. They're just fantastic, both in the calculation, attacking phase, but also the long-term judgment. And Vidit, I have a feeling we're going to see him thinking for a long time. All of these variations were showing, yes, white is clinging on, yes, there's no immediate checkmate, but imagine he has 4 or 5 moves every option and every turn, and it's so tough to choose. I think we might even see a time scramble later on. It's only move 13, and this is only getting more complicated by the move.
And black's next few moves seem quite obvious, and I think that those positions we were pausing on, where you really are down a piece, white has contorted himself just to keep everything defended, but black has to be active, but sometimes maybe not what the position is called for. And I really liked what you were highlighting before, David, that in these positions where the knight gets to d5, maybe you have to use another piece in the attack with a pawn push to f5, just trying to further attack white's king. but also some of White's pieces. This is messy. This is tough to comprehend. I'm still struggling to wrap my head around everything that we just looked at. I still think that White, when I look at this position, I don't quite see the attack, but I trust Alireza Firouzja. And, well, of course, I have to trust the engine, suggesting that Black is right in this game.
Yeah, it's still all to play for. I mean, we're praising Alireza for finding this, but I think it's mainly because the option was bad and because it was so unexpected, of course, adding to the psychological impact. But Vidit, he's a great defender. He's great at all aspects of the game. And if he does find a few accurate moves, it's still kind of needing to prove the compensation for Firouzja. So this is one I think we'll keep an eagle eye on, as Black has 3, 4, 5 attacking pieces. White has 3, 4, 5 defending pieces.
With you, all day. We would just be going through all of this, maybe play some training games from this position. In fact, I actually think that would be very valuable. In all seriousness, if you want to work on your defensive resourcefulness or on your attacking, play this position out with someone of your level, and then take notes, check what you did versus what the engine recommends. It can really help you improve these practical positions of this nature, and especially with these caliber players. So Vidit, he seems to be a man alone in his thoughts, trying to save his king. I see some other really interesting positions across the remaining boards, David. I feel like we somehow haven't looked at least 2 of the other games.
Yeah, there are 2 slower games, 2 slower maneuvering middle games, both stemming from the Queen's Gambit decline that we should go to. But I just want to take a very brief pit stop at Gukesh against Varmadam, because I've been doing a bit of counting, Robert, and Gukesh with White, he's broken all the rules. He's made 10 queen moves out of 19 turns. So he's made more than half of his moves with the White Queen. And
Max Vormerdam, more time than he started. It's move 19 was his last move, Queen to E8. So still plenty of moves left to reach the time control. If I'm Gukesh, I'm trying to figure out a way to keep my extra pawn. But if I'm seeing this correctly, moves like Bishop E6 or Bishop G4 are looking problematic with the White Queen in the Rook's line of sight. And do I really want to move my Queen another time? That's the big question. Just to maybe dial it back before, David, I asked you for your recommendation. The White Queen, after it was attacked, it went back to D2. The Rook came to D8, trying to go after the White Queen, and the White Queen went back to C3, so repeating the position once, which I think is very smart as you get closer to the next time control. But now the Rook goes to D1, showing that Gukesh wants to play for more. And after Knight C6, given an exclamation point is the only move that keeps the evaluation where it was. Queen D6, Queen E8. David, how does White continue from here? Because that Queen's moved enough times, hasn't it?
I think you need to get developed at some point. The first move I wanted to look at actually was Bishop to E2, just to get the king castled. The White King still stuck uncomfortably in the center. And then I realized that Black's bishop can jump out the way with gain of tempo in a couple of directions. Bishop to E6 hits a pawn on A2. Bishop H3 hits a pawn on G2. And suddenly you realize there's a lot of discovered attacks you have to calculate. So just like Gukesh, I would be burning a lot of time here, but he doesn't have too much time left to burn. 38 minutes, and we're not even halfway to the time control. Yeah, I mean, if we were to continue this variation, 1 or 2 more moves, I think White does get to safety. For example, say Bishop H3, I'm not sure which one you choose, Robert. White goes back, Queen G3 to defend the loose G2 pawn to save the Queen as well. We see a trade of rooks on D1, I'm assuming, and the Black bishop drops back to E6. Yes, White can castle in the near future, but it might come at the cost of your extra pawn, and then you have to ask yourself, all of these kind of contortions, all of this gymnastics you've been doing with the queen, is it worth it? Did turn down that draw.
But I just want to credit Max Vormenem. You kept saying, and you are clearly correct, that Max's preparation is at a 2700 plus level. Right? He has super grandmaster preparation. He has helped prepare the likes of Jordan van Forst and Anish Giri when Anish was playing in the candidates tournament. So for Max, it's clearly been helpful for his own chess. He has more time than he started with. He has played every move instantly to get to this position 19 moves into the game, and he's still not done. You have to imagine that he knows what square the bishop should go to, whether it's e6 or h3 as we were looking at, to go after the a2 pawn. For example, this is nerve-wracking territory for Gukesh. The good news is, as we keep mentioning, that even if he loses a pawn, it's back to material equality. So he's not really risking getting into a dead lost position or his whole position collapsing, nothing of that nature. But it just doesn't feel good when you've walked into your opponent's long preparation. You feel like you're playing the Silicon Beast, and in fact you are.
Kind of intricacies into the nuances of this opening, and somehow that spirals. Gukesh here, at some point he's been thinking too long. I mean, he spent nearly 9 minutes now on this one move. He spent 10 minutes on another move, 12 minutes here and another. I mean, at some point he's just got to trust his instincts, just got to realize critical moments are still ahead. He needs to escape Max's preparation sooner rather than later, even if it's at the cost of a substandard, subpar move. And he's not going to win this game in the next few moves as white. Maybe he'll cling on to an extra pawn if he's lucky, but the time situation not on his side. And yeah, credit to Max. I feel much better now, having played Max a few months ago and having survived that opening intact. So this one, I think one of the most impressive preparations of the round. And Gukesh, no matter what he chooses here, Queen A3, Queen F4, I'm expecting one of those two. Still some pitfalls ahead, for sure.
With each and every move that passes. Gukesh has moved bishop to e2. I'm wondering when Max comes back to the board if he'll play instantly. And here's Max. I'm so curious. Does he have this all worked out to the point where he knows how to draw the game exactly?
Yeah, this is a fascinating moment. Should we do a countdown of the seconds it will take Max? Has he written down the move? If not, he might just blitz out instantly, but it's going to be a bishop move for black. And there we go. Instantly. Move 20. He's still got nearly 6 minutes more than he started this game with. Impressive preparation. Hitting the white queen, hitting a pawn on a2, and it will go on. No doubt he's prepared even further than this. So uncomfortable situation for Gukesh. And Robert, let's leave Gukesh to think, to mull over his options here as he seeks safety from the opening, retreating his queen back. In the meantime, it's the perfect moment for another short break. We'll leave you with this, and it's the .com and register for the arena. Use !CBB in chat for all the details. We'll see you at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll leave you with that and be right back with more coverage from Vaikanzi. See you after this break.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or
in front of you. Don't move until you figure it out in your head. Don't look at me for a hint.
I can't do it without moving the pieces.
Yes, you can. Clear the lines of men and in your head, one at a time, and the king will be left standing alone, like a guy on a street corner. I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You're reassessing your chest today.
In the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation, the battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5. We are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
Checkmate. Norbek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Dingley Ren makes a return to the board after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish Giri and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily,
Welcome back to round 7 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2024. And we have been treated to some fantastic action in this beautiful town. We see the sea there, we see the cold, windy air, but it is warming up inside the venue as we approach the halfway mark. And Robert, just before the break, we saw Max Varmadam pretty much playing bullet. What are your thoughts so far on the first segment of today's action?
I feel like Bullet Brawl has started early. I mean, Max Vormadam, whether he's playing online in the quickest of time controls or at the board, he moves instantly. It's a really impressive display of opening preparation from him. We did see a quick draw between Dingley Ren, the world champion, and Wei Yi, but Max Vormadam, I think he has stolen the show in the Masters section. He may not be in first place, but he has held his own. He's performed super well against these super grandmasters.
Yes, and for the first real time this game, opponent has set before him. Robert, I think we need to delve straight back into the chess.
Let's do it. As Gukesh, he has not had any time to do anything besides study his board. We have unfortunately not looked at two of the games on the bottom right-hand side of our screen. Pragnanda versus Van Forest and Donchenko versus Zhu Wenjun. There are some similarities in those two contests, but it's Gukesh so far who's had the biggest struggle against his opponent. But we can go elsewhere to Pragnanda's game if we so choose.
Yeah, and maybe just a brief check-in over there, because, yeah, that's certainly one we want to pay some attention to. Pragnananda, he had his head in his hands a moment ago, but now perked up slightly. We're now at move 17 in this game. Black's just made a 17th move. And you mentioned some similarities, and that's because both this game and the Donchenko against Zhu Wenjun battle stemmed from the Queen's Gambit declined, and we have been left with kind of countering against that with potentially breaking with c5. Robert, knowing these two players, Prag, Jordan, we've commentated on their games many a time. Who do you think this type of position favors?
I also was just peeking at the clocks. They're pretty close, 10-minute lead for Jordan, but he is the one who has to move now. I would say that this type of position favors Pragnananda. He's so strong at maneuvering chess. Not to say that Jordan isn't, but I feel like Jordan, he prefers his games with a tactical flair. He lost yesterday to Gukesh, but the start of the game was enterprising. He sacrificed a pawn. He went for the attack. So I feel like this type of position, closed for now, is more up Pragnanda's alley.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, especially in view of Jordan's tough tournament so far. Patience isn't his strongest virtue. I mean, of course, he's a universal player, but Jordan, he doesn't want to maneuver for too long. So I think this last move, b6, kind of, that being said, is a good idea because it's kind of forcing now Prag to decide, that being said, e4, Robert, if you do lash out, if you are kind of impatient and get those itchy fingers, I think it might backfire on white in this exact position.
Let's show that, because e4 is the tempting idea with your pawn in f3, but as you are saying, and as the engine is suggesting, that black can successfully take on e4, and if you take back with the pawn on e4, I think there's just a lot of looseness in white's camp. A move like knight g4 comes to mind, opening the queen to h4. This bishop can take on b3 at some moment, which removes the guard of the d4 pawn. So this type of position, David, it feels like white, you're a little bit loose. So I don't know if I would strike in the center just yet.
Yeah, this is really instructive. Knight g4, a destabilizing motif. Hence, Pragnananda's move, instead of breaking out in the center, he plays the prophylactic h3, guarding that square, and now hinting that e4 becomes stronger. And the big question is, after c5, after black's idea set up by his last move.
It's a great move, because if that rook gets out of the bishop's line of sight, e4 becomes even more tempting in the future with the queen in line with the white rook. But I think these types of positions, they're more about just waiting for the right moment to strike, biding your time before you make a pawn capture, just to bring my bishop to safety, because I am worried about c4 and this bishop getting a bit trapped. Let's say I bring my bishop back and black takes on d4. You're going to see the advantage head right into white's favor, because black is saddled with an isolated pawn, a not great bishop that is stuck defending it, and weak light squares over here on the queen side that this bishop can jump back out to. The knight can hop into c6. So David, we know from experience that taking on d4 is usually not a good choice from the black side. But if you don't take on d4, what are you going to do? Because at some point you also have to be worried that white will take on c5 to leave you with hanging pawns.
Yeah, really, really difficult decision. A bunch of options. You could also advance that pawn. e4 will hit you next. And are you ready for that? That's the big question. After pawn to a6, for example, e4, and yeah, it's really tough to call. I mean, this one is really nuanced. You have to play really sophisticatedly. Maybe you just ignore with b5, but this does look scary to allow white to build a strong pawn center. Robert, I've got to agree with you. Pragg really feels like it's in his comfort zone, and Jordan, he wants to be playing more dynamically than this, rather than deciding on these small strategic kind of comparisons. Which pawns to push? I like your g4 highlight there, just expanding on the side that white is stronger. And it feels like white's centralized pieces, the knights, the rooks in the middle, the queen, they're all poised perfectly for white to break. So objectively, probably close to a level position, but certainly far from dull. I'm expecting e4 to happen sooner rather than later, and that might well just favor Pragg.
Love the way you move pawn to h3, though, because black's main idea e4, and Jordan, he strikes with c5. But right now, there's an immediate threat, of course, with pawn to c4. But as we were just looking at these variations, once this bishop moves out the way, whether it's b5, maybe it's back on this diagonal, just staring towards the black king side, reinforcing the e4 square some more, keeping your bishop on the queen side instead. That move, I think, it also makes perfect sense, but you have to move the bishop right now. You are not taking on c5. That would be a mistake, giving black the hanging pawns, yes, but room to push either of those pawns given the opportunity. So I would play my bishop back to b1 and then later strike with e4.
Yeah, I actually wish I'd said it earlier, but I was thinking of mentioning that there was no way that Jordan could resist the temptation to play c5. Knowing him, having played him multiple times, there was no way he was just going to sit and wait for e4 to happen. c5, active play, and Jordan gets up from the board. Yeah, I agree. Just actually dropping the bishop back in that direction would be a really classy idea, supporting the future Hello everyone and welcome back to round 7 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, where we jump into a crucial moment. Vidit has found King D3, objectively a winning move, and will that shock Firouzja now? White simply has an extra piece, and this could be huge for the tournament standings.
And Vidit Gujrati, you see him leaning in. He would like to leave this round with his first victory of the event. Alireza Firouzja, he was a half point behind Anish Giri heading into the round. He can't really afford to slip up if he wants to win this tournament. And you see the scorecard beneath our cameras and the board that in this game, Vidit Gujrati's had 3 great moves. And those great moves are often only moves to keep an advantage. King D3, it left white with a big advantage if the king had stayed put and the pawn had pushed to B3. Still advantage for white, but this move is an even larger edge. So the exclamation points have been for Vidit Gujrati. We did just see a blunder from Alireza Firouzja, so maybe the scorecard needs a little bit of updating, but Queen A4 check, not the right move.
Yeah, Queen A4 check tempting, but he clearly underestimated or misevaluated this last move from Vidit. Really classy defense there. Top players, they're not just great at attacking, they also know how to pull the brakes, how to organize their pieces and stabilize. And this white king, you just need 2 more moves back to safety on your starting square, and then you can go about converting your material advantage. So Firouzja, he's pretty much burnt his bridges. He's gone all in. He's shoved his chips to the center, and he's now pretty much got to say, okay, I've got to set you a trap. I've got to try 1 or 2 more tricks, because Robert, it's getting really, really fatal this early in the game. Move 15, and he needs to find a miracle.
And I'm just going to give a different exclamation point here. You know, it's a caution. This king on d3, while you are up a knight for just one pawn, and it was given an exclamation point, deservedly so, you do have to be careful when your king is out in the open. So we do like white's position. We like the extra material, but you can see this going in black's direction if he doesn't quickly Vidit bring his king back to its starting square and then develop his pieces.
Yeah, it's one of those things we say don't try it at home. Never put your king on d3 with white, especially if there's an enemy queen lurking nearby. But this is one of those moments where it had to be done. The players, they are so good at singling out these specific moments where they have to break the rules. You've got to know the rules in order to break them. And yeah, dancing around with your king nearly never works apart from this one occasion. And perhaps that's what Firouzja has missed. Wow, 25 minutes as well, Robert. We're only at move 15. This is, the more I think about it, more terminal for Firouzja than ever before. That 145-minute think is making that old adage true. Long think, wrong think.
And to play a knight sacrifice, but to not have the follow-up ready, we already discussed how it was a complicated position. I do want to bring up just quickly that knight takes c2, the piece sacrifice, it was the correct decision. The knight retreating back to c6 would have handed white free control of this one g4 with the arrow, knight to d5 at any moment, just to force you to take with this bishop. And after e takes d5, with the black king still in the center, it's a really rough position as white is well ahead in terms of development. So we saw a3, knight takes e2, great move. The king had to take. Queen c6, another great move, trying to go queen a4 or win this pawn in e4. Knight d2, though, a great response from Vidit Gujarati, and queen a4 check. Oh, now it's only given one question mark. It probably deserves two because the advantage now is so heavily in white's favor. Queen a4 check. The king went to d3. This is where we sit, David, but the piece sacrifice, it was objectively correct, but maybe practically wrong to play this opening for Alireza if you don't know the ins and outs.
Yeah, that's the thing. In modern chess, you need to know all of the details. You need to kind of predict your opponent's moves, know when you can get away with certain attack sacrifices. And I was praising him so much for just using his intuition. I kind of assumed this was over-the-board inspiration, which it turns out it probably was. But unfortunately, one slip, it's that type of position, and you might just be busted. So king to d3, and maybe we just show one final variation. The line we were predicting, Robert. Rook takes c3, check, because the black queen is attacked. No time to retreat. But after b takes c3, if black tries to blow open the center with d5, the white king slips home to safety. And the attack runs dry. D takes e4, the white queen shuffles out the way, and yeah, the king is super safe behind its knight, behind its rook on e1. Not much more to say.
All of them coming to the defense, and I'm just wondering how many pawns black gets. I am worried that queen takes e5 is actually a pretty big threat, so maybe I have to take a moment to deal with it. I don't know if knight d7 or something, but the point I'm trying to make is, let's say we get to this position and black does get 4 pawns for the rook. That is quite a number of pawns here, but I'm just realizing that e4 is loose, so it's hard to even see how black gets that 4th pawn.
Maybe f5 on the previous turn instead of
queen. But let's say and we get to this stage. I don't believe in this one bit, David.
Yeah. I mean, if white still had the ability to castle, then it's game over. White would just win on the spot. But I guess the white king's stuck in the center for a while. But yeah, I don't believe in black's compensation exchange down, and if anyone's having the fun, it will be white. So yeah, this looks over as well. I mean, this might be what he has to try. What else? We're struggling to see alternatives for a Fallujah, but ultimately should not work, should be in White's favour, and Vidit might be off the mark. His first win. The most solid player of the tournament might get his first victory today.
And that could be bad news for the other competitors, because Vidit Gujarati entered the round with 3 points out of 6 games. He'll jump out to 4 points, and if he can get on a winning streak, we saw him go on a tear in the Isle of Man to win the Grand Swiss after losing his first game. You don't know when he will be stopped. So for Vidit Gujarati, this could not have come at a more perfect time. A slow start. He drew yesterday with the black pieces against Ju Wenjun, who is the lowest rated player in the competition, but she's playing great chess. So now to beat Alireza Firouzja, looks like he's in trouble against, but for his own result, I think he says that maybe hold a half point.
Firouzja taking risks, kind of trying out his own limits, his own boundaries before what will be a year-defining candidates tournament in a few months' time. So, Robert, I think we've investigated enough variations here. I believe in Vidit's defensive skills, especially after this brilliant King D3 move. It might be time to investigate elsewhere. Other games look like they are developing a pace as well.
Let's go. I'll join you, Detective David, as we try to find out which moves and games are of the most interest. I'm looking at the middle and our bottom row there, and that's the game between Gukesh and Max Vormerdam. It seems like we've had nearly complete liquidation. So we're in a rook and knight endgame, even material. It seems like for Max, his opening has been a great success. And then I'm looking at the Jan Nepomniachtchi game, and the first thing that I'm thinking is it's still a game. Jan Nepomniachtchi declined the repetition. He is playing for more.
Yeah, great to see multiple players actually this round. Gukesh could have taken a quick draw, a quick repetition. He refused stubbornly. We start with Gukesh against Vormerdam. Kind of journeys around the box. So maybe.
Don't think I missed that. Come on. That was a good one. I'm proud of you. So we left it at this moment here where White went bishop e2. The bishop came to e6, opening up an attack on the queen. And then after the queen dropped back, protecting the pawn, we did see some swaps on d1. And then bishop to c4. So 2 great moves given in a row. And this one preventing the white king from castling. So Max had this all worked out. b3, bishop back to a6. Still no castling for you. And in order to give himself some breathing room on the first rank, we saw it. Instead of a trade of bishops, another great move from Max Vormerdam. I mean, David, the level of preparation through the roof.
Yeah, incredible. Nearly 30 moves prepped, I believe, from Max. Barely a moment's pause before this. Queen b1 check, a massive threat. This did oblige White to retreat. The queen went back, dropped back to defend b1. And okay, a check. And a few more moves down the line, we saw White was forced to trade queens on Black's terms, on Max's terms. Bishop takes e2, a nice move as well. If queen takes queen, then the Black knight will be able to snack on the a2 pawn. So we continued down the line with another queen check. And ultimately, this endgame that we're left with, queen d3, finally Black trades. Just impressive, Robert. I can tell how impressed you are.
Yeah, because every move pretty much given an exclamation point because it's all the best, all engine approved, and it's fantastic deep preparation. Queen d3 is the only move for White, because if you want to play on, keep your extra pawn, move your king to e1, your rook is not participating. So it's not about the quantity of pieces, it's about the quality, and Black is just in the driver's seat. The White king is in danger. You're playing essentially a rook down. You can hold on apparently, but it doesn't look fun. So there's no way Gukesh was going for this. Instead, we saw the trade of queens. Here comes the knight check, the only move, but it's a fork, picking up the a2 pawn with check, and the knight goes back. So, David, we've ended the preparation. It seems like, to my eyes, this is a completely level game. Is there any life left here? Can there be any threats for either side? I see a c2 check, but I also see some 7th rank access and the fact that Black King, it doesn't have an escape score just yet, so maybe Black is tied down for a move or two.
Yeah, I think I would still take White because it feels like White has more leeway here, a bit more to play with. It doesn't feel like you're risking anything, partly because the Black King is struggling on the back rank, so you do kind of buy yourself some time. First move that comes to mind, infiltrate, 7th heaven, rook on d7, attacking a few pawns, but I guess that Black does rook away in order to then give from for White here away. So minimum plant a knight on d4 in the current position and say, you're not entering my position, this is just going to be dead level. I don't think you'll ever break through this knight. Yes, Black has an outside pawn majority, the queenside pawns, but White's king's also on that flank, stopping them potentially. So I think Gukesh, he can lock this down at any point, but he's also the one able to force things if he wants. I'm on your side though, Robert. Draw, by far the most likely result right now.
But I'm interested in one potential variation that you just brought up, that if Black moves his b pawn, I'm not even sure where to go, but if we get a position like this where the White King goes up to a3, yes, Black wins the f2 pawn, isn't this b6 pawn just the quick target? If I go after it right away, I am going to avoid getting checkmated. I know that you're threatening a checkmate here, but I push my pawn to b4, and I am, in fact, winning this pawn. I just watched Alireza Firouzja beat Wei Yi in a position that has some similarities to this, an extra b pawn with a king by its side.
Yeah, maybe I was being a bit superficial with my judgment there. I was also trying to be a trickster and go for these checkmating ideas you mentioned with rook a8, but of course you're too sharp for that one, Robert. Maybe Black can be a bit clever. Instead of knight takes f2, could I wait a move? Because rook b7 is not on the cards, you still can't defend f2. I'm not sure how I safeguard the Black King here. I want the Black King to have some breathing space. One of those. But yeah, the game goes knight d4.
I'm just wondering, is it that simple? I think I'm the one who first said it. It just looks like a complete draw. But then you start thinking a little bit, and in the game, look at Gukesh's move, king to a3. He actually is posing some serious challenges to Black. The fact that there's a back rank checkmate on tap, if this rook were ever to leave the 8th rank, that does give White time to make a move like rook d7 next. And I just wonder, is everything completely under control like the evaluation bar would make us seem? And by the way, Gukesh has 9 minutes remaining to an hour and 15 for Black, so there is that dynamic at play too.
Yeah, luckily for Gukesh, he's made a lot of hard moves already, and his next moves will be quite natural. He's already at move 33, so only 7 moves to make with his 9 remaining minutes. King a3 is a really clever one, as you say, Robert. Poses a dilemma to this Black Knight, which wanted to jump in via d3. In the other lines we were saying, now it's caught in a bit of a dilemma. If it goes back to c6, for example, then rook d7 comes and could be really, really awkward. Knight a6. Wow, Max, that is smart. Do you think he's still in preparation? Speed of that move.
I was about to ask you that, and I think the point is rook d7 can now successfully be met by knight to c5, protecting the loose b7 pawn while attacking the rook on d7, forcing it to move out the way. And if it tries to stay on the 7th rank, the Black King kicks it out. So knight a6 is a great response. I still feel like there's some life left here. I know you want to play knight c5, but if you had a free turn and you played knight c5, you're actually tricking yourself in some of these positions because the white rook can slide to c1 and suddenly you're walking into some pins. So this is quite an interesting ending. I take everything I said earlier back about, oh, it's just level, it's just going to be a draw, because now I'm looking at this with some temptations of bringing my rook to the 7th rank if I can successfully find the move order.
Yeah, as you say, it should still be a draw with best play, but there's still a lot of life. I like the fact as well, we should point out a5 last move looked quite tempting, but then the white king would have just continued, I guess, its journey up the board, king a4. And king is an attacking piece in the endgame. White is playing with 3 pieces, king, rook, and knight. Black is only playing with 2. So that's why black had to be so accurate. Knight a6 on that last turn. And
I just want to show David that your point is just to keep bringing the king up as a weapon, and you win the game this way.
Exactly. You're essentially playing with an extra piece, and yes, the king can only move 1 square at a time, but it's never getting checkmated with such reduced material, and it's a great piece simply here on b5. So, okay, Gukesh replied immediately, knight g5. That's clever. It's still keeping an eye on a few black pawns, and if black plays a move such as h6, which I guess is the most natural, then the white knight simply reroutes knight to e4. Knight c5, as you mentioned, Robert, just not available due to this nasty pin. Beautiful.
That's actually really important, because if you can't trade knights and you want to create luft for your king by playing h6, this knight can hop into d6. This try to stop it with rook c7. Not sure exactly how to continue. You're really playing knight to c5. Play rook d7, hitting your f7 and a7 behind it. This is clearly, apparently not, but it's
definitely if you can get this far. How about, okay, we have a suggestion from our great producer, shout out to Big, in the game position. How about a tactic when it doesn't work one way, flip the move order, and could we try and invert it? Start with knight c5, taking away the e4 square from the white knight, and if this knight gets hit, for example b4, the most natural move for white, only now counterattack against the white knight. I'm not sure whether h6 or f6 or whether there's a difference, but at least now the white knight doesn't have access to e4.
But can I sacrifice my knight for your pawn on f7? Because now you probably are advised to take it. And then when I take on c5, currently white's up a pawn. And if you take c5, down goes b7. This is one of those positions where, again, white gets to play for a win without any risk whatsoever. And the draw should be the outcome if black plays his cards right. But the position actually is one where white has some very good winning chances.
Yeah, and the calculation, the line doesn't even stop here. It's really important that after rook to d7 check, after black takes the pawn, king f6, say, rook takes b7, it looks like black's about to mop up, hoover up, vacuum up the white kingside pawns, but white can save the day, rook back to b2, and the game goes on. King of pawn endgames here, winning for white, because white has a 4 versus 2 advantage on the king side. So this is the type of thing that might be going through Max's mind. He has over an hour, over 70 minutes to mull this one over, but knight c5, wow, who cares? He's playing bullet, knight c5 on the board. This is super impressive, the confidence with which he's playing.
What quality chess from him. And I think that just to go through that line, maybe with f6, that way b4, f6 can be played. But if you take this pawn on h7 now, you actually lose the game, because I'm no longer taking your knight. The point is that the knight is trapped on h7. So the black knight, I don't know where it goes, but let's say even an active square like e4, you can't escape from h7, and thus black wins a piece, and with it the game.
Yeah, no kamikaze knight in this variation. So knight c5, really classy. One question, what happens if white pins this knight? We mentioned that rook c1 was often a nice resource. I guess black's able to unpin himself really smartly here. I'm not sure whether it's rook c6 or rook c7, but one of the two. It feels like the rook on a defended square. Things hold together for black.
Black could
Actually,
win this.
winning threat.
Yeah. The king would have to go to b4 or b2, and then the knight forks the king and the rook. So, yeah, if you're trying too hard for the win, you could find yourself in some trouble. We have seen the move b4 played, and rather than h6, will Gukesh decide to keep the knights? If the knight goes back and go after the black king side.
Position rook d7, white will just side and try and race the b pawn home to fix. Could still get exciting. I'm looking at maybe h6, Robert. After all of that praise we were giving, f6 looked by far the easiest, safest move.
Wow.
What have we missed?
You know what could have been part of it, David? I'm wondering that in this position, right, like h6, just to show what happens if pawn takes knight, this pawn structure, it does look more appealing than had he played f6. And even though it's a rook endgame, and all rook endgames they say are drawn, this does look like a worse rook endgame because white now has this unopposed e-pawn. So instead of a pawn on f7, your pawn's on the flank file, which does give white a passer in this endgame. So it should still be a draw, but maybe he was a little worried about this.
Yeah, perhaps. But now we have to go back. Knight takes f7. We thought, okay, possibly still a draw, but favors white. White now has this 4 versus 2 on the king side, and you've got to be really, really careful here with black if you want to hold. The white king's so far away from those pawns that maybe it's still sufficient while white gets all distracted, but I think you have to take on c5. If white gets time for king b4, then you're suffering on both sides of the board. And I think this might be the key position after rook takes b7. If you can create counterplay against white's pawns. Knight takes f7 on the board. We're headed this direction, Robert.
This is bad news for Max Vormerdam and his fans. He's playing in front of his compatriots, many people rooting for the Dutch grandmaster, but this is not an easy endgame, and that's why the evaluation bar can be misleading. David, if I were playing this from the black side against you, I'd be really worried about losing this game, because once this rook comes back to b2 and we can create a pawn chain, the white king will then have time to start coming back either towards the king side or up the board towards this loose a pawn. This is not easy whatsoever.
Yeah, certainly not easy, and he continues to blitz Max Vormerdam. This endgame is going on for a long time. Thank you for the compliment there about my endgames. I'm not sure I'd win this with white. It's still a lot of work to be done, and Gukesh doesn't have much time. But yeah, Robert, this is going to go on for a while. Let's go to other games where things are heating up right now. So let's start with a bird's eye view, and I'm looking at 2 boards in particular. One, Pragnananda has unleashed g4. He's going for glory, g for glory, with his pawn push against Van Forest. I think he's potentially getting some advantage there, but also danger time for Firouzja. Look at that clock. Only a few minutes left now for him. Time scramble imminent. 8.5 minutes for 22 moves.
Not good for Ali Reza, who is down quite substantial material. We have looked at that position before, and I think Vidit will use his time, so maybe we can quickly go to the Pragnana game against Van Forest, and if the World Cup runner-up, this keep on winning, and that way he, as James Candy likes to say, David.
Yeah, it looks nowhere near close enough to start an attack. Essentially, you're just gaining space, pushing the opponent's pieces passive. There we go. The Black Knight is kicked from whence it came, just last move. And essentially you've gained a tempo, and Prag is just rerouting his pieces. I think White's got enough control. Here it might look like it's roughly level, but in terms of whose position is easier to play, it's certainly White's. This knight is rerouting over to d3, then into e5 or f4. Black's bishop is really stuck. It just looks like a big pawn right now, and the black knight on f6 is dominated by White's pawn on f3, hence its kind of inability to ever jump forward. All of the black pieces are just clumsy in each other's way, while White slowly improves. It's not a winning advantage, it's not decisive, it's just a strategic advantage, and a bit of torture for Jordan, who really doesn't like these slower maneuvering types of positions historically. So Prag, just impressive. I think he's got his opponent outside of his comfort zone and just doing Prag things.
I look at this position and I'm desperate for a trade if I'm Jordan von Forest, but you're not finding any in this position. Look at the knights. The knight on g7 dominated, as you were talking about, by the pawn 3 squares away, can't jump forward. The knight on f6 dominated by that pawn and this f3 pawn 3 squares away, taking control of e4. The bishop on e6 has no scope whatsoever because it's staring into the g4 pawn and to its own d5 pawn. So the quality of the pieces clearly in White's favor. The one piece that was not playing its part was that knight on b3. My coach used to tell me that knights on b3, b6, g3, and g6, they often stay there too long because that knight on b3 was dominated by the black pawn on b6. So let's go back to go forward, as you said, e5 or f4. This looks very pleasant for White. Black does not have trades that he can free up his pieces with, and that means that White is the one staring into Black's position, whereas Black's pieces, they're really close to his own starting position. I love this for Prag. I love his clock. I love the ease with which he can execute some plans. I would say that, practically speaking, White has fantastic chances to win this game, even though material is even and there are no immediate threats.
Yeah, even if queens were to somehow disappear, White's position much easier to play. Remember, if Black ever closes the center with pawn to c4, White opens things. You throw your e4 pawn forward in the near future. Maybe you still improve White's knight first. But it's White having all the fun. White has the pawn breaks. If Black ever, this looks phenomenal for White. e4 later, maybe even stronger later in the game. d4 instead. White on here, e takes d4, even just looked symmetrical. I thought, this is e. Because I was reading, it was like White all dominated, and here we see the evaluation significant advantage. It's because White's within 2 moves. So Jordan, he's got a bunch of tough decisions ahead.
This looks horrible. And his bishop on c2 can go over to a4 just to pester this rook, just kick it off the open file. The b5 square is White's for the taking. A knight could hop out there and go after the a7 pawn. So even a queen trade, this is what you were saying, David. I'm just going to try to force one just to show what that looks like. Let's say we just make some sort of random moves and get this queen trade. That a position like this is, even though we made some inaccurate moves just to highlight a point, that this would still be preferable for White because Black's pieces are clumsy and there are some weaknesses that you can go after. A knight b5 jump, a bishop to a4, and White's pieces just have more control over this board. Of course, Praggnan's is not just going to trade queens for the sake of it. You always want to time your decisions correctly, but just to show that Magnus Carlsen, he would salivate over this position from the White side because that bishop on e6, it's protecting. It's a passive piece. The bishop on c2, it's an aggressive piece that can put pressure on a light square pawn.
Yeah, if I had this against Magnus, I would just resign. It's one of those. It's just, awkward, miserable defense. And Prag, I mean, it's been great to see his progress just this last 12 months alone. I always thought his classical rating was lagging behind slightly his actual strength. And it's made me feel better about losing to him when he was 12. So, future candidate, of course, and potentially future world champion, the way he's been playing. Knight c1, and Jordan, you can tell body language, not enjoying this one bit.
No, this is a miserable position for players at this caliber. You see White's ideas, the knight rerouting either to e5 or f4, as we were talking about. Black can try to strike with, nope, that's not the right pawn. Pawn to h5, challenging the white kingside pawn structure, but you have two pawns defending, so it's actually not creating a threat. White could, in fact, push to g5 if you want to further kick Black's pieces back, but that would free up the f5 square. So I think the pawn will remain on g4. It's perfectly situated there. The knight will just come out to d3, just to quickly show that it threatens absolutely nothing. You take on g4, good for you. I take back your knight on g7. It can hardly be called a with any forward progress. The bishop.
Robert, I can't believe that's why.
Well, there might be water. He does not look very happy, so I think that we should leave Jordan to it. We look back at some of the other games. We know Alireza was in significant time trouble. Has Vidit decided to put more pressure on the clock, or has he stayed put and look at Jordan playing h5 but probably getting nowhere? I guess my question is Vidit can use the clock as another weapon in addition to the rook that he's up?
Yeah, it looks like Vidit is thinking still, using up his time advantage, using it wisely at the right moment. But let's zoom out to the bird's eye view and decide where to go next. Alireza still with around 8 minutes, and he's currently waiting for Vidit to decide upon a plan of action following a variation we showed earlier. So we'll still maybe go back to that game in a moment, but yet to really reach its climax there. I want to revisit Abdusatorov against Giri because there have been a lot of moves there, a lot of progress. Is currently queen and knight against queen and bishop, and that tends to be a really interesting dynamic as we see Giri retreat Black's bishop and step away from the board. Both players have around half an hour left. Black, I mentioned, was unlikely to get anywhere on the queen side, but he has, Robert, been able to trade off a bunch of pieces, dealing with the space issues and no attack visible for white against the black king.
No, but I'm looking at the d6 pawn as I can no longer see the players. And this always happens, right? They just step right in front of the camera shot as we dive into a game. But right now, my thought is, can I trade queens? The knight clearly outclasses this bishop on e7. So this knight is just so much more valuable that if I do, in fact, try to trade queens here, as the rook on 8 is in trouble, queen takes d5 might be a losing decision because the pawn structure is horrible for black. d6 is threatened. I would love to win that pawn. And if you defend it, I'm taking on b5, and then I'm making this move pawn to b4, and I'm threatening to win a pawn on c5 directly. If you move your c pawn, the b5 pawn is loose. You can see the advantage. It's already winning for white.
Yeah, this is really nice, and that's why knights can be superior to bishops, even with pawns on both sides of the board on occasion, because they're so good at targeting fixed weaknesses. I love your b4 there, Robert, fixing the weakness on b5, and queen's departing from the board. I mean, I think if he judges this correctly in the current position, this will really pose tough questions that Giri has to answer. Queen d5, I guess you can't take. You have to move the black rook. But d8, I guess. But now still really loose for black. It seems to dominate the bishop. A knight can be just kind of bind the light squares, ensure that knight stays situated on e4 forever. But okay, Giri's still fighting. He's still alive. And how would you characterize this advantage? Is it reaching significant proportions, or is it just Giri, if he defends well, able to hold the balance?
It's a significant advantage, and it is essential that Anish trades queens on his terms. And the reason why we're not taking on d5 instead of allowing white to take on e6, and you actually see the advantage turn after this queen trade. And the reason why is the black pawns control key squares. The king can slide forward to f7. And now these b4 ideas are taking on b5 first and playing b4. This advantage can only be in black's favor because of this pawn mass. And speaking of fixed pawns, these are fixed pawns on dark squares, and there is a dark square bishop that can now get into the game and play its part. Just to show you what this looks like with the pawn on e6 and the trading on d5, where is well defended and can't e6 versus taking the queen on d5.
Yeah, completely agree, Robert. It's really instructive. Note this, everyone at home. The biggest mistakes I see at the amateur levels, at the junior levels, are trading on your opponent's terms. It's like you see an exchange, you think it will simplify things, but that actually helps your opponent's position or kind of gives your opponent free time as you angle for that exchange. So definitely keeping the tension. It's a hard skill in chess, but an important one. Queen d5, I'm liking. Okay. Nishigiri is known as the pawn thief. We should mention that in the current position, before queen d5, white cannot steal a pawn himself. C takes b5 only opens up the a file for black's rooks. Now there's a hit on a2, and the white queen is tied down to defend its own knight. So this would not win material. I don't think this would be too productive. Maybe queen d5 would be the best here. So why not play it first? Play it first on your terms. And that has indeed happened, Robert. Queen d5.
You don't want to allow that rook to gain any control. That's why queen d5 was played and is in fact the great move. And black quickly plays rook d8, understanding that queen takes d5, allowing the rook to establish itself in the square, is a problem. So speaking of pawn tension, what's happening here? Like, at some point, is black just going to win the c4 pawn? Is white going to take on b5? These are difficult questions to answer because the follow-up, it's not just about this individual move. Is the plan here to eventually get an outside pass pawn? That's quite tempting as well. These are challenging decisions, at least for me.
Yeah, really not kind of simple. You have so many choices here. Likewise, if you just leave the tension, black taking on c4, that could